best, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hey everyone, welcome on back to Thursday Night CEDH. We are back in the room today. We're back in it, not but a few days before Breach at the Bay. A bunch of our players, our locals, are going to be going out repping Nat20, so they're getting their practice in. Welcome on back to CEDH at Nat20 Games. We got Alex Define on, Kinnan, Bonder, Prodigy, playing out the quintessential Simic deck here. Current the villain on Gogo, Master of Mimicry, Mono Blue. You know what it is. Make infinite Go-Go triggers and loop them and all that fun stuff. Got Lurch, finally using up his nickname here on stream, playing some Tim Nithras. Blue Farm, but with green. And of course, Evanescence on his own brand of Simic. Thank you for the follow, Mansfield. How's it going, yo? Welcome on in as we get things started. For my Twitch viewers, though, I'm going to have a prediction start going. Who will win round one? You guys have 10 minutes to put in your predictions, put in your channel points, and get them on going. Players are finishing up their mulligans. Looks like Lurch is getting 7 onto his first turn. Same with Evan, getting up his 7 here as we spread them on out. Curran's keeping up a 7-2. Yep, everyone's keeping up a 7. Whether it be first or second, doesn't matter. As we're going to get things ready, they have an hour and 20 minutes on the clock. Good luck as they start things out. Pre-games. No pre-games. As Alex is just going to start us out here. Nice and normal-like. Also going to draw for turn, play out a Verdant Catacombs and fetch. You guys want to see the standings here? We can actually put out the bracket. Give me 1 second. I'll get this out for y'all. Here we are. For my audiences, here you guys go. Put out the top deck for the bracket here. And open those up. Put it up for 20 minutes here as we start things out. Pin up on all of our things. All right, back into the game. Kern's getting us a Soul Ring, and Lurch is getting up a City of Brass with a Noble Hierarch. Evanescence is keeping up the caboose with a unfortunate Mystic Remora. Would have loved to draw a card from that Soul Ring, but I guess now that we have the mana, we can start casting some non-creature spells. Alex has a lot of rocks in his deck, so he can 100% start casting those and have Evan draw a bunch of cards. Question is, does Alex want to feed Evan in this situation, or are we just not doing that? Let's take a look at all who's playing here tonight. A lot of returning players. Oh, someone needs to get named. Trevor the Nightmare did not get his nickname. There we go. Of course, a bunch of our returning players here. Not too many new players right now, as all of them, like I said, are practicing for this weekend at Breach the Bay. So look out for our players as they might show up on their stream for this weekend. But for now, you can see what they're playing, what they're planning to play. I believe Alex the Fiend's going to be going with, of course, his Kinnan deck. So I guess if anyone's playing, they can easily use this as a way of trying to snipe them, you know? Giving you guys ideas. Burn the Villain here, playing out a Urza's Saga with a Go-Go. Lurch fetching. There we go. Savannah's on out. 3 mana, and we cast out Tymna. No, we play Cabbage Merchant. So the Cabbage Merchant here, of course, 3 mana, 2/2, cast a non-creature spell. Whenever a opponent casts a non-creature, I'll make a food. Every 2 foods, make a mana. And then whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, sacrifice a token. Food token. We'll say, unfortunately for Lurch, he doesn't have too many aggro-based decks here that he's playing against between Kodama Sakashima, which is more of a combo list, trying to get out their 2 very big cost commanders here to start comboing. Go-Go, same thing, with an activated ability, not really swinging out with that, and then Kinnan is a little too fragile to start swinging out with. So the Cabbage Merchant here is not going to be sacrificing any foods here, just going to be getting some free cabbages. As if Lurch was playing against a mirror Tymna or Tymna Thras or anything like that, any Tymna X stuff, then maybe it'll be a little bit more wary, as that'll cause him to sacrifice a bunch of food. Got our food out.
Hello.
Welcome back. Hi, Jeremy.
It's hot. Got my handy dandy water.
It is hot. Oh, I should have asked you to grab me water.
I can go get one if you want.
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah, I got you.
I appreciate it. We have a infinite mana outlet already out on the field here. Vodalkin Shackles. Vodalkin Shackles, 3 mana. You may choose not to untap it during your untap step. For 2 untap, gain control of target creature with power less than or equal to the number of islands you control as long as it remains tapped. So with Go-Go, you're going to be able to copy this a couple of times here and get a whole lot of creatures if need be. and shut people out of their decks very easily, right? Obviously, because it cares about power of those creatures, it's very easy in the CEDH. He only has 2 islands, so 2 power or less, that is everything on this field right now. Every creature on this field is power 2 or less. Right now, Alex Fiend's reading it, saying wow, as he knows his cannon is going to be stolen here in just a second. Thank you for the follow, 1P Bam.
I know that guy. I know that guy.
You know that guy?
I know that guy.
Heck yeah.
Dang, Lurch has a whole game out on his board. What happened?
I know. Right now he's enlightened tutoring, so we're gonna be grabbing up a couple, a artifact or enchantment, most likely Ristic Study at this point, because he's got the ability to make mana. Oh, Smothering Tithe. Okay, never mind. He just wants to make more mana.
More mana. Some good.
I mean,
magic.
he already has the Cabbage Merchant, so I feel like making even more mana with Smothering Tithes might be just a little bit too much of a good thing kind of thing. We kind of don't need too much mana. Instead, we need a bit more card draw. We need to get a way to use the mana that we're getting, specifically from the Cabbage Merchant, to dump into it. I mean, I guess we can cast the Smothering Tithe if we want. So, put it on top and we go to turn.
I'm going all in on Evan for the 4th time. I swear to God, if he loses one more time, all my trust for him is going out the window. Not like this. Evan Believer's in shambles right now.
Yeah, sounds about right. Smothering comes on down. Kern pointing out tapping the dice of the food, not the actual token. Yeah, I tapped the food. He turns the dice.
Turns dice.
Accurate board state. Alright, this is what matters. And his food is underneath his graveyard. You know what, Lurch? He got a nickname. That's what matters.
Yep. It only took 4 tries to get to this point.
Mr. Gamora is going to be sacrificed. We are unfortunately only drawing, only drawing 2 cards from it. Okay, I mean, I guess nothing to scoff at. I guess no, 3 cards.
I
Never
just
mind.
looked at Evan's board state. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's kind of in the.
Oh no.
He's kind of in the gutter right now with only 2.
It's not looking too good.
And he has yet to draw another land. I don't think he's played a land. Pretty much, I think it's turn 4 now. Got a couple of land drops missing. No, never mind. It's turn 3. Mox Diamond pitching a Flooded Strand. Ugh, hard choice, I suppose. Gwenna! Eyes of Gaia, 3 mana, 2/3. Tap to add 2 mana of any combination of colors. Spend this mana only cast creature spells or activate abilities of creatures or creature card. Whenever you cast a creature spell with power 5 or greater, put a counter and untap it. So it's just a mana dork here. But because of Kodama being such a high cost commander, you pretty much refund that 2 mana that you dump into it. High cost, high power. Kodama is a 6/6. That's right. Discarding down hand size, Phantasmal Image. And back over to Alex the Fiend. Untap, upkeep, draw. Thundering Tithe, of course. Making a whole bunch of treasures. Hopefully Lurch has a way of drawing some cards soon. 2 from City of Traders. 2-drop Talisman. Signet. Felwar Stone. Nope, never mind. Let's draw a couple cards first. So tap. Draw
Soul
2.
Ring. Soul Ring. Into Mana Crypt.
Oh.
Into
Make all the mana.
Grim Monolith. Into Unwinding Clock.
Yeah!
Yeah! Yeah! We got there.
That sounds like a Curran, actually, play. I'll be honest, that sounds more like Curran than Alex. That is a go-go type of hand right there. So he drew 2 cards from the One Ring. We're going to continue with our game plan of tapping the City of Traders for 2 mana to cast something.
He has a Washington.
One sheet on.
Walking Ballista. Oh.
Okay.
What we doing?
Well, it's just a walking ballista. I mean, Kinnan got stolen away here.
Oh, he
he's
stole the Kinnan.
So he killed his own Kinnan with Walking Ballista to put it back in the command zone. Oh, never mind. We're going to use it and shoot down Go-Go instead of getting the Kinnan back. Vidalcan Jackal stole the Kinnan.
Oh.
Curran stole it. Hmm.
What will the villain do?
I don't know. I mean, he stole away the Fiend's own Kinnan here, so that means Alex is going to be a little bit off balance. So he's going to be taking some time to get it going. Use a way of getting it back, bouncing it back to his hand, or like he was going to try to do maybe with Walking Ballista, shoot Kinnan down. But instead we're going for a commander for commander here. So we're searching here for a 1 or 0 drop artifact. And that's going to be a Voltaic Key. Voltaic Key is going to be making a lot of mana with Soul Ring and Kinnan out. Tap Soul Ring for 3, use 1, go down to 2, untap Soul Ring, tap it for 3, go to 5. 5 mana from a Soul Ring, so not that bad. You have a colorless floating. We're going to use it to untap our Soul Ring. Adventure's Fair for our land for turn. We're going to recast the Go-Go.
Dang.
Back over to Lurch. Untap. Combine all of our food together. Lurch draws for turn.
Hey, did you run the Gamba?
I did.
Nice. Sweet. Gamba.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Robbie Sama.
Nice. Okay, Lurch, you have a lot of mana and you have no way of drawing cards right now. Are we getting out Timna to hopefully draw some cards? Four mana, or tap 3 mana. No, never mind. 1 mana. Mockingbird for 1. Making a copy of birds? Just make more mana? Do we have a... I guess we have maybe... There we go. Now we have a second food here to accurately do it. Making a copy of birds. Or no, noble. Noble hierarch. And passing the turn over to Evan. So no Timna. Don't want to draw cards. I don't know what Lurch is doing, I'll be honest. He's just making a lot of mana.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Maybe he's like waiting to win on top of somebody's turn or something?
Maybe?
Like a Born or something, right?
Born... Somberwald Sage. Tap for 3 mana only for creature spells.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Let
Totally.
Lurch cook.
Totally. 3 mana, 03. Taps for 3. And then we, of course, put a Delighted Halfling on the field with it. And at the end step, we're going to Mystical Tutor.
Evan has 5 mana at his disposal from 2 creatures that can cast even more creatures.
Yeah. I mean, he is a creature-based deck here. A creature-based landfall type of deck. So, I think, I mean, at least the outlet is in the command zone, right? Kodama, Sakashima, then you poop out all of your lands. While Lurch is making a lot of mana for the sake of making mana, unless he has something in his hand that we are not privy to, that he can try to win on top of someone like he said, or we can try to just accrue enough value for a Hullbreaker Horror just to come down.
Maybe?
Just do a hard cast of a Hullbreaker Horror and nothing with it because you have no rocks. Alex Define's taps for 3 at the upkeep here. Getting the Chain of Vapor back to hand, that way he can bounce his Kinnan back. Going to draw step. Smothering Tithe, of course, makes a whole bunch of mana. Two colorless, we're going to float, probably playing a land here. Playing a Yavimekos as a land for turn. It's the Pain land. Doing a blue. Chain of Vapor targeting Kinnan. So you lose the 2. Lose the 1 life. 3 Chain of Vapor it back. Lose this 1 life for him.
Will Alex be able to play Kinnan?
Okay, there we go. Oops, there we go. He realized. Searching the Spirit Guide.
Get the Kinnan.
Okay. Kinnan, and we have some mana outlet.
We do.
But we don't have
I don't think we have enough.
the infinite.
Yeah.
We need a Basalt Monolith on the field. That's what Alex is praying for right now. I mean, he has 2 floating colorless, so maybe he's going to plan on playing it. Maybe he's going to try to push now. I mean, Evan's tapped out right now with only summoning sickness creatures. Lurch has a good amount. Yep, he's going to transmute. This is going to be getting him his funny little basalt.
Current
Lurch.
planning on stealing the Kinnan again.
Yep, so Lurch is going to be stopping it here for hopefully Current not trying to win on his turn. So Lurch, 4. He taps the dice. It's so funny. 5 mana. Hard casting a Force of Will to stop this.
A raw force. Oh,
Misdirect-
misdirection.
Ooh. Yup. And
Oh.
I guess there's nothing else unless Evan has something. Current has nothing.
Alex with a counter to the counter.
Grafdigger's Cage could kill it. I mean, if Current had a way of flashing it out. All right. Lurch, more mana, dumping into some. We're gonna read up on his mana dump here. It's just pretty much 3 mana draw card, kinda. And we're gonna into the Floodmaw Kinnan.
This is Alex's biggest battle at these tables. It's just the table saying, no, you can't play Kinnan.
Yep.
Oh!
Tap for 2 green. And Veil of Summer.
Oh!
Oh.
Oh! Oh!
With
into
a mental misstep.
from Curran.
That's good. Veil of Summer makes it so that way things are uncounterable and his permanents have hexproof from blue and black. But we're going to counter it. Lurch only has 2 cards left in hand. Current just happened to have a single point of interaction that can stop this here. Resolve the stack.
Insane. Alex with all of the answers, all of the responses to battle this out, and still not enough.
So we're going to end it with Kinnan here in hand with a transmute on the stack.
That is tragic. What a
Transmute
stack.
artifact. Does he sacrifice anything? Did he not sacrifice anything? 1 sec.
Sean to the rescue. So I'm going to make sure that he did sacrifice something for this transmute artifact. It does say first line, sacrifice an artifact. First thing. Stack for transmute is on resolution of spell. Stack for transmute is on resolution of spell.
Yep, so first he has to sacrifice and then you search. So we have to sacrifice the One Ring and then we search here. So he has unfortunately sacrificed, and plus it's not even a may. It's you have to sacrifice an artifact.
It is sacrifice an artifact. The first 3 words of the card is
and
sacrifice
then,
an artifact.
Then if you do search your library for an artifact. So you can actually cast this without an artifact on the field and do nothing.
Yeah, you can just search. Or not search, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Get not even a search. So, and then we go ahead and get the Basalt Monolith. We have only 2 colorless and a green floating, and unfortunately, that is not enough to get Kinnan out and go infinite. Yeah, the dimensional infiltrator he has here. It's a mana outlet, infinite mana outlet here that exiles. It's not the draw one. That's the different one. Dimensional infiltrator is the one that just exiles cards from your opponent's libraries. So that way he decks everyone out. Current goes a turn. We have a turn until Alex re-puts that Kinnan onto the field and proceeds to pop off. But right now, Curran, sorry, not Kinnan, Curran
the villain
is going to get a turn here to pass the turn with a bunch of resources up. Going to be able to steal a lot of things and prevent someone from winning if need be. He has the Vidalcan Shackles still up, ready for when Kinnan does come down. If he goes and tries to start the loop, he's going to attempt to steal Kinnan back. And then at the same time, he can activate Go-Go on top of if he tries to continue the loop via, responding to it, being like, oh, I'm going to reactivate Basalt Monolith's untap ability, right? And then go off on top of the Vidalcan Shackles. He can respond to that with his own sort of, I'm just going to steal Kinnan again. Go-Go.
I'm taking his Kinnan.
Go-Go is just, Curran is playing, I'm going to steal your stuff, and you're not going to do anything about it.
Kinnan's kind of needed for Kinnan to win.
Yeah.
Dude, check out that James Balsema token that Lurch has over there. Super cool.
Got the skewer. A little bit of a kebab on that.
Food. What did he just say?
Oh no, man, Lurch got that Gen Z slang that is like over my head all the time.
I still trying to figure out what he meant by that. Easier to shuffle while on solid ground.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I would assume so.
Maybe he's a sailor.
Yeah, playing Magic. Oh man, it sucks shuffling on the boat.
Dude, imagine being on a rocking boat with a fresh pack of like sleeved dragon sleeve cards. Just all constantly falling over.
Yeah, you need to wear those things in before you take them on the boat.
It won't stop tipping over.
All right, now we got Tim. Now we can start doing some damage. Start swinging some stuff. An 0-1 swinging. He didn't realize that Noble Hierarch, even though, yes, Mockingbird is flying, is a copy of Noble Hierarch, and it's an 0-1 on the ground. But at least that's flying. At least it can't be blocked.
It's a body.
It's a body. So he at least drew one card from the Cabbage Merchant. Casting out a Soul Ring. Got a lot of mana. Now we finally have our card draw. Thrasios could be stolen here if it comes out. Lurch wants to put it out, but unfortunately the Vidalcan Shackles, realizing that Go-Go could easily steal both the Kinnan and the Thras. Can also steal the infiltrator. Is something that Curran can try to do instead. To be like, yeah, you can make your infinite mana, you just don't have a dump for it. Good luck having a dump for it. And then Curran could attempt to steal Kinnan and the infiltrator and cast his own Basalt Monolith and proceed to go infinite with that. I'm gonna do what your deck does, but better.
Mana Vault.
Mana Vault. Mana Vault.
Mana Vault.
All the mana in the world over here from Evan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kodama. Gwen is gonna untap here. I'm gonna get some power. Or Sakashima. Uncounterable. Sir, we're in a universe though you don't do this. Yeah, we're not in that universe, Lurch. Gotta deal with it now. Depends on what Evan has in his hand. He does have 3 mana available, 2 of which has to be only on creatures. If he plays a land, he will then dump out his hand of all of his lands, so he might have even more, depending on how much he has drawn in this turn. But I don't believe he's drawn too much. I think he might have around 4 cards, maybe? 4 or 5 cards in hand? Not too sure. Sakashima. He's going to retract the casting of Sakashima, and Lurch is saying, hey, here, this is the card I can use to stop, so don't do it. So keeping up the mana here tapped. We're going to play out Ashaya instead. Still uncounterable. So it's going to be power equal to the power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control, and then every non-token creature you control is a force in addition to their other types.
Everything's a mana dork.
Everything's a dork.
Sorry, all
non-tokens. Non-token creatures.
Non-token creatures.
So that's 6.
They were already mana dorks, but that's okay.
So that's going to be a 6/6 here. So Gwenna does untap? No. No, because it wasn't a 6/6 on the stack. Never mind. So 7/7.
4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7/7. It wasn't on the stack. There's a 2/2 on the stack because it didn't turn the cards yet into lands. For now, Alex Fiend goes to turn, and let's cast out a Kinnan. Seymour Guido.
Seymour Guido.
Kinnan's coming down. Everyone's okay with that? Looks like everyone's okay with it coming down. I mean, Curran has a way to instant speed steal it away. He has a suspend. I don't know what Lurch has. Sorry, delay, not suspend. So delay does suspend it. So counter target spell. If the spell is countered this way, exile it with 3 time counters on it instead of putting it into the owner graveyard. If it doesn't have suspend, it gains suspend. And at the beginning of its upkeep, remove a time counter. When the last is removed, you can cast it without paying its mana cost. If it's a creature, it has haste. We're gonna play a fish in after the counter, and back over to Curran.
Alex is not able to play the game.
I'm surprised Alex didn't put it in the command zone at this point.
There we go.
Yeah, we're going to put it in the command zone. There we go. So he puts it in the command zone, that way he's able to cast next turn. So this is essentially giving us another turn cycle until Alex is going to try to push again. Back over to Curran, though. Oh, no. Still on Alex. So right now it costs 4. So we do have enough to cast. We still do have enough to cast it out. Oh, ooh, no, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we do have enough to cast it out, but unfortunately that does mean Basalt Monolith is going to be tapped. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, still have enough, but not going to be able to pop off. So Mystic Remora. Surprised he didn't float all of the mana in response, but to be fair, he didn't know he was going to be putting it back in. That way he could try to do that. So yeah, you just Mystic Remora and pass the turn. Surprised he did cast the Mystic Remora rather than trying to use the Kinnan. Because if he didn't cast the Mystic Remora, he would have used birds and his other dork here as well with the Basalt Monolith to cast out. Or no, he would use the land, the birds, and Basalt Monolith to cast out Kinnan. Then he'd have enough mana to untap Basalt Monolith and start to go off. But unfortunately, Curran did have the shackles to continue going. Curran's going to steal 2 dorks here. Birds and Delighted. So that was on end step here, so I think Curran might be going to turn here with a whole bunch. A whole bunch of mana. All right, Curran. Untap. A lot of mana available. Eight mana available. I think Curran is enough to start to go off, but Curran does know that Lurch has a interaction in his hand. Curran have a way to pop off through Lurch's counter magic, or through Lurch's interaction. 7 mana. Play a Chromatic Orrery.
Big mana.
That's going to make a lot of mana, especially with the Voltaic Key out. Nine mana there. With Go-Go and Voltaic Key, right? So we can... Chromatics Orrery, tap for 5, spend 1 to untap, spend 1 to tap Voltaic Key and untap targeting Chromatic Orrery, then spend 4 to double Voltaic Key's trigger, so then untaps 3 times and we make 15 mana. So that's 15 mana, but Go-Go needs a way of untapping unless Current just has the nuts in hand. Otawara, targeting Go-Go in response to the Chromatic Orrery, and Current says it's good. Chromatic Orrery now back on the stack, it's all good. 5, tap and untap it, make 9. Go down to 3, place for 6. We're going to play a Teferi, and we're going to win. So, Secret Teferi Commander. Teferi, Temporal Archmage. Here's a 6 mana, look top 2. -1, untap up to 4 target permanents. So we're going to untap essentially Soul Ring, Chromatic Orrery, Voltaic Key, and something else.
That's a lot of mana.
A lot of mana. We have a Chain Veil. We have infinite. We go infinite with Teferi. So the question is, does Curran have the ability? Does Curran have the way of either bouncing Teferi of some way, right, to re-enable that? You can steal a lot of things with Vidalcan Shackles, but not too sure if that is useful in this moment. Alright, so Teferi's all good. -1, Voltaic Key, Chromatic Orrery, and an island. Five. Got now 7 floating. Nexus of Fate. Take an extra turn. Trigger on Mystic Remora. Mindbreak Trap. Alright, Mindbreak Trap, Nexus of Fate. Exiled it, so it's not going to shuffle away, unfortunate. With our 2 floating. Try to recast out Go-Go. Recast out Go-Go. So this is, Go-Go is going to be able to copy Teferi a whole bunch of times, right? So we can make it a lot, that kind of infinite, as Teferi is going to untap the Go-Go on top of the Chromatic Orrery. So essentially, Curran has presented a win on board. When it gets to his turn, he's going to -1 Teferi, targeting Go-Go, Chromatic Orrery, Voltaic Key, Soul Ring, make a bunch of mana, copy the trigger with Go-Go, and then it untaps all those things, same counter, copy again, and then you have infinite mana that way. And then also with Chromatic Orrery, we have infinite draws, as we can pump 5 mana and draw a card. 5 mana every time, be able to win it on out, drawing up our deck, casting out the Oracle, or doing whatever. So, Curran has the win on board. Same with Alex the Fiend has win on board still. So, at this point, it is probably, if Lurch doesn't have it here, or Evan, it's probably going to be Alex. And if neither of them have it, but they have interaction, for example, Lurch is going to be moving to combat here and swinging some damage with Timna, going to be able to draw a couple of cards. And so, if Lurch can draw into something, then Alex might not win, therefore Curran might win. Lurch just needs a way of winning right now, so we're going to dump some mana into Thrasios and start drawing some cards. So, scry 1, reveal the top, It's an Orum's chance. So it's going to be stopping Alex the Fiend here in his upkeep, as Alex Fiend's not going to be able to cast Kinnan. I'm not sure. I don't think Evanescence cares about the Orum's chant, as it only wants to just have cards enter the battlefield. Doesn't need to be cast. So Evan might be trying to go for a win here after Lurch's turn if Lurch doesn't get anything. $30 minutes left here in the round. We got an Adnaz. So we exile, I think it looks like in response, Alex exiled the top card? Oh. He needs to tap a colorless. He doesn't have it. Basalt Monolith is the only way to activate his infiltrator here, Dimensional Infiltrator. Or he has 2 colorless floating here. Three mana he has available. He could untap the Basalt if need be. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why did he tap the Mystic Remora? Is it tap an untapped permanent you control? Tap an untapped permanent you control. Oh, okay, Gene Pollinator is better than I thought. Neat. Dark Ritual here. Drawing a card from Mystic. Dump it back into Thrasios. And we get a Silence. So right now, Lurch is pretty much looking to hopefully delay people enough to win on his turn. Again, he's not going to be trying to win in this turn, if anything. Tapping some mana. We're going to silence. He's going to win on this turn. He has the cards he needs. Mystic's cool. Do we have the Thoracle combo? Evan does not have anything in hand, no interaction whatsoever, only a blue, and nothing else. Does Alex have any interaction here? Silence on the stack. Looks like it's going to be current here. We're going to snap the Thrasios back to hand. The only interaction that he has. Tapping 2 foods. Alright, so Alex gonna draw first from the Mystic. And we're gonna Orim's Chant targeting Alex the Fiend. I mean, Alex the Fiend only has is the only one that has the ability to Mystic Remora here. So that's good. So Alex Fiend doesn't have anything. Bouncing Thrasios back to hand in response with the Orim's Chant, untapping some lands. Alex is going to untap his lands here because that Snap current does a... Snap does have just untap lands, does not target, and you don't have to do your own. Devoted Druid. -2, kill it on itself. Going down to 3 with 1/3. Hazel, the Brewmaster, it's going to exile the Devoted Druid, make a food token. Each food token you control has all activated abilities of cards exiled with Hazel's Brewmaster. So it's going to get Devoted Druid text, but because it's an artifact, doesn't the -1 counters that you put onto it is not going to kill it. Therefore, you make infinite green, and then we recast Thrasios. We're in silence. We're going to draw our deck and Ballista. Lurch is going to start drawing cards here. Put a land, Layer of Duplication into our hand, Green Sun Zenith into our hand. So we're just going to continue going. We have infinite green, like I said. Pay 2, untap target land, something. I'm not sure what that card is. So we're just going to continue till we get Walking Ballista or some other infinite. Maybe we can even draw into a Thoracle and just draw out our deck. Keep on going. Good for reconfiguration. Talent gates, you can exile something. Make infinite of every color here because we can bounce it back to hand. Angel of Grace, play it, why not? Alright, yeah, we're good enough to see.
I think he wins.
Oh, it's a Boro Breeze Caller. So Boro Breeze Caller can return Talon Gates back to our hand, then we can replay it, phase everything out. Beard's Guardianship. Enduring. Chrome Mox. Play Born to draw a card. Phase out all his opponent's creatures.
All creatures are now phased out.
Yep. Responding to those activations. Imperial Seal. All right, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, that I'm not able to really
I was
respond.
like, I would do something. He's like, cool. In response, I'm just going to continue to do what
I'm
I
just
was
going to
doing.
continue. Yeah, so Lurch here is going to be winning with some Thrasios, fun, just infinite mana, the huge.
Oh, yeah.
The huge. All right. Curran tried to do it, same with Alex, but they just kept on having that one silver bullet for each other as they keep on going, and Lurch was able to capitalize on that big interaction as Curran tried to push. After Alex's push, the silver bullet stopped Curran. Lurch after like someone pushes for a win, they get stopped. Next person pushes for a win, they get stopped. Third person
Evan
pushes for a win,
hung
and then at that point, no one has an interaction. And Evan was here.
Yep. He hung out.
All right. We'll be right back here for round 2, so stay tuned and get things ready. As we get things ready, go ahead and grab up some drink, grab up some food, get some water, sit on back,
Snacks.
get some snacks as we are going to be right back. Check out our website, natural20gaming.com, for all of your tabletop gaming needs, Magic, D&D, Pokemon, board games, all that other fun stuff. We'll be right back. And we are back. Welcome on back to Thursday Night CEDH and Nat20 Games. We got a fun table for everyone here today. We got Matt the Mysterious on Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu. We saw that last week, actually, playing some mono green dorks, mono green elf ball here. Neil the OG on Smaug, Wicked Worm. People wanted Dockside back, but we got Smaug instead. Wicked Worm here. It's a 5 mana. When it enters, create X tapped treasure tokens, where X is the number of artifacts your opponents control. When you cast a spell, if mana from a treasure was spent to cast it, draw a card and lose a life. We got Chris T working to get his nickname before going to Breach the Bay here. The main guy for Breach the Bay, our guy going out. At least one of the, 10 guys going out to Breach, right? This weekend. But Chris here is going to be playing just some Cabbage Merchant mono green. And then, of course, Kellen M on Avatar Aang, his usual 5-color bending. Saw Cabbage Merchant last game just being a value engine for Lurch, but this time it is in the command zone and hopes to make some good mana, make a bunch of food, and have our own little elf ball in some way or fashion. Looks like Matt's going to 7, Neil's keeping a 7, Kellen's keeping a 7, and then Chris is still shuffling away. I think going down to 5, I think he said. I'd be surprised. Might be going down to 6. In the meantime, we're going to be starting up predictions here. You guys have 10 minutes to put in your predictions on who's going to be winning this round. It's a very interesting table. It can really go anywhere, I'll be honest. Chris putting 1, 2 cards. Yep, going down to 5 here. And we are all set to start. I'm going to be setting it. And everyone puts up the thumb up. Good luck as they flip things over. Any pre-games we got? Kellen's got a pre-game. Leyline of Abundance from Matt the Mysterious. And a Gemstone Cavern from Kellen. Leyline of Abundance. Don't get to see too many ley lines here, but Leyline of Abundance is the one for this creature-based mana dork deck here. Whenever you tap a creature for mana, add an additional green. This is essentially a Badgermole Cub on an enchantment that could be free. That could be free. This is not a good pod for Cabbage. No, this is not. That is what Chris was saying as he was sitting on down. Hi, Troy. What's going on? Don't see you here today. What happened? What happened? Where are you, Troy? The assassin isn't here to round it out. We only had 23 today. Could have been our 24th. But yeah, no, Chris was sitting down, getting situated, and he's like, this is a bad pod for me. This is a bunch of creature-based decks that I'm going to be sacrificing a lot of food to. So, I mean, you're going to be seeing a whole bunch of dorks from Matt. Matt's going to very easily be able to swing at Chris to be able to get him down. Smaug being a very quick deck in the Rakdos colors. Rakdos making a lot of mana. Very quickly going to be able to get Smaug down and start swinging. Same with Kellen. Kellen has a lot of mana dorks at the same time. Chris is going to put down a Birds of Paradise and pass over to Kellen. Noble Hierarch, and passing the turn back over to Matt, who just has a dork and a land out. We're on curve. So especially with that Leyline of Abundance, being able to make a lot more mana. Green mana, Shang-Chi. Didn't even need the man. Didn't even need the mana from the land here. We play out of forest. And then for 2. Titania. Priest of Titania. Priest of Titania, tap to add a green for each elf on the battlefield. Right now it taps for 3 mana. Tap it for 3 because it has that pseudo haste from Shang-Chi. You can use a Sylvan Scrying, keeping a mana floating. We're going to go find a Gaia's Cradle here and put it into our hand. Passing the turn back over to Neil. Neil draws for turn, 2 mana available, not enough to get Smaug out, but we're going to play out a land. Snow-covered mountain. Tap for 2. Putting out Talisman. Two mana available. Do we want to spend our Lotus Petal now or later? Maybe keep up some mana for interaction of some kind. Neil's thinking of maybe removing some problems over on Matt's board. Stopping the Shang-Chi, maybe even the Titania. Could try to bolt it if we have, I guess if we have like Lightning Bolt or something. Neil's doing some calculations here, looking at how much Matt can make, how much mana he's going to be able to make, especially with the Gaia's Cradle coming down. At that point, Matt might just win with a Gaia's Cradle and some way of infinitely untapping Priest. And then with Priest, we can start dumping into the Leyline, actually. Leyline of Abundance has a 8 mana, put a counter on each creature control, so we could just go infinitely big creatures. And if we have enough to swing around everything, swing through, then we're going to be able to just murder. Chris is just going to put out a Cabbage Merchant and pass the turn over to Kellen. Kellen fetches. Fetch for Shockland, I believe. Shocking in a Godless Shrine. Somehow need the black for something. Playing out an island as our land for turn as well. We have 4 mana available on Kellen here. Going to be able to cast out Avatar Aang if need be. Sounds like it. No, never mind. Tap 2. Play out a Wishclaw Talisman. Going to be able to try to get probably Moon Mist with that Wishclaw. So in his next turn, he's going to be able to... Yep, he's going to be activating Wishclaw here. And who's going to be getting a Wishclaw? Most likely Neil or Chris. All right, giving Wishclaw over to Neil here. We're going to activate Wishclaw. Tapping. We're going to be giving the Wish Claw to Chris here instead. We're going to go searching for a card here. All right. Grabbed up most likely a Moon Mist. No, we're going to play out a Fish here. And then passing over to Matt. Matt untaps. You draw. Fish is not too good in this situation. We're a bunch of against 2 mono green, which is creature-based decks here. And then Neil is the only one that could have some way of drawing Kellan cards, but not too sure if that's going to happen. Might not be able to get a turn after this, so Matt's going to put out a Cloudstone Curio, and that's going to be infinite. Cloudstone Curio. Whenever non-artifact permanent enters, you may return another permanent you control to that shares a permanent type with it to its owner's hand. So Priest Titania is going to come down, tap for 3 mana, and then be able to refund itself and cast something else. This is pretty much going to be win. He just needs another creature to come down. So Priest of Titania. So he does have enough mana to do it because he has 3 mana from Titania and then 2 mana from Elvish Mystic. Therefore, he always is netting 2 mana every cycle. So he just needs to start the cycle via casting out a creature. So with Titania, tap for 3. Tap, give 3. We're going to use 1 green here, casting out a creature. Delighted Halfling. Cloudstone Curio trigger. We're going to return, bouncing it back to hand. Tapping for 2 green. Going to 4 mana, using 2. Casting Titania. And then return that card. Proceed to make infinite mana. And then what do we do? We're going to cast an Augur of Autumn. We're going to hopefully get it off the top. He does need to have 3 different powers of creatures, though, in order to be able to play it. Augur of Autumn. Ooh. There we go. Top card anytime. You may play lands from the top, and then as long as you control 3 creatures with different powers, you may cast creatures from the top. But we don't. We just have that infinite mana. You can also make it infinitely large with abundance. I'm going to put a trillion counters on leaving the Elvish Mystic in hand, though. We're just going to put a bunch of counters on everything after making infinite mana. So everything is lethal. We can actually lethal someone here, too, with Shang-Chi, and that's about it, just with the Shang-Chi. And we're going to be knocking out Neil. Neil dies. Shang-Chi swings with lethal. Commander damage and just normal hit. Back over to Chris. Chris has a way of tutoring here to maybe save someone. We're going to go get a forest here with our fetch land. We have 3 foods available from our cabbage merchant. We're gonna then Wish Claw here. Having our emergency zone. Giving it on back to Kellen here. And then Chris goes searching for anything that we want. We have a board wipe of some kind. Kellen can also win here if he goes to his turn, plays out a land, plays Avatar Aang, and then Moon Mist flips. Makes everything cost 5 less, so everything 5 mana without repeated colored pips is going to be able to cast for free. So it looks like Chris is going to be getting the One Ring to get One Ring protection. 1, 2, 3, 4. The One Ring here, going to be able to get protection from everything. Mystic Remorse trigger. Kellen draws. Matt could have something that stops damage from being prevented. Could be like a Questing Beast. That would be so crazy if Matt had Questing Beast. Because it prevents damage from the from everything, right? Therefore, if Questing Beasts, combat damage that would be dealt by creatures you control can't be prevented. Therefore, it can get through. So maybe Matt has a Questing Beast? So back over to Kellen. We're going to be able to cast out Avatar Aang. Mox Amber, tapping it to maybe adding a mana for Moon Mist. Counting up. He's got the 5 mana. So I have a Wish Claw Talisman again. I was just counting up. He's got all the cards in hand. I mean, he made a lot. He drew a good amount of cards with Mystic Remora, at least. Cloudstone Curio, the One Ring. At least 2 cards there. And no, Sylvan Scrying was earlier. All right, Kellen. Game action. It's only out is Thassa Decon at this point, or Worms Chant Kick. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. So we're gonna swing. Kellen swings over at Chris. No blocks. Dark Rit. Sneak in a Splinter's Technique. Splinter's Technique with one floating here. Splinters are going to be searching for a card, putting it in our hand. We're going to Demonic Tutor. And then with the last floating, Wish Claw, giving it over to Matt. Giving two more food over to Chris here with those two cards. Gonna be searching for two cards that hopefully win us the game. Looks like it might be Thoracle combo here. Maybe. Doesn't have enough mana for it, though. Doesn't even have a floating left. Second main, 2 mana Underworld Breach. Okay, looks like we're going for win here. Lotus Petal. Storm counts 4. Sacking for a blue. 3 blue. Then we're going to do a Brain Freeze. 6, 7 Brain Freezes are on the stack. Oh, right now, sorry. 6. 6 Brain Freezes are on the stack. I mean, this is close enough to what, you know, you're talking about, Troy. Let's just get into the decon. The Thoracle decon. Alright, Kellen's gonna have to play this out here, so let's go on in. with Brain Freeze on the stack. Chris got something. Ooh, Disruptor Flute. Spells with the chosen name cost 3 more to cast. What's the card name we choose, Chris? Remain LED. We're gonna mill. We're just gonna mill Matt here. 6 copies of Brain Freeze. So yeah, Disrupting Flute comes down, naming Lotus Petal. There we go, 18. And back over to Matt. All right, Matt. Now we have infinite mana, essentially. That goes the turn. So we have all of our dorks on the field. Moving to combat, we're just going to swing on out. One more creature and we'll have 3 creatures with different power here. So we can start casting things with Augur. Cat for 2 mana. 1 Elvish Mystic. Proceed to make infinite. We have reestablish infinite mana. Magus of the Order. And then we can activate Magus of the Order, grabbing up a creature. Magus of the Order, we can sack it to get up a green creature. It's just a natural order. Sack it and another green creature. Tap Delighted Halfling. We're going to sack Shang-Chi. And then go ahead and tutor with Magus. And then something to hopefully try to win here. Probably has to be a green creature. Generous Patron. Generous Patron enters support 2. Whenever one or more counters on a creature you don't control, draw a card. So we're going to be able to bounce Generous Patron a whole bunch of times. We're going to target Birds of Paradise with the support 2. So we're going to be able to bounce it back with the Cloudstone Curio, Priest of Titania, you know, doing the infinite mana, being able to put it back down, and we'll draw out our deck. This is going to be able to get us at least, most likely, a Walking Ballista, I'm assuming, is the outlet that we get. We're going to draw until we got 4 left. Counting up how many cards we drew here. $62. We're going to finish with the Mystic back in hand. Matt, what is your outlet for you know, One Ring protection? We're gonna draw another card here. Infectious Bite. We're gonna have Generous Patient Bite down, Infectious Bite here. Gonna get giving each opponent a poison counter. Get a poison counter. Chris is just going to get a poison counter here. There we go. Poison counter. Alright. And then we're going to be able to get it back with Eternal Witness and recast it infinitely. Casting an Allosaur Shepherd. Things can't be countered. Made mono green. Then with a Shy out as well. Playing Magus. Play out the Eternal Witness. And then start bouncing between Eternal Witness and Elvish. And then Infectious Bite. Gonna continue it down. Target creature you control deals damage to its power. To something you don't control. Each opponent gets poisoned. So we're just gonna be repeating the Infectious Bite with our Eternal Witness. In order to get Chris to 10 poison counters. And have him lose the game. And then every Infectious Bite, also we make a food. Does Chris have something to, like, reset here? Is there a way we can Yeva here? For Chris. Now I can also go on top of Chris here with a Yeva if need be. Yep, nothing. Unfortunately, Chris doesn't have anything here. So, poison counters, and that is Matt the Mysterious getting it. Right there. Sweet. That was round 2, y'all. We'll be right back for round 3, so don't go anywhere. Maybe just get some food, get some water, get something. I could have voted in the first name, I guess, correctly twice in a row, lol. That's fair. That's fair. There we are. We're going to choose that prediction outcome. That is Matt the Mysterious getting it. All right. Mono green. Go fast. Elf Ball winning it out against the other mono green deck here as well. Very crazy to see the mono green decks duking it out at the end, while Neil and Kellen just had to take it at the teeth, you know, getting swung at for 1 billion counters by Matt. So we'll be right back for round 3. Don't go anywhere. And check out our website. Check out natural20gaming.com for some good old gaming equipment, sleeves, deck boxes, swag yourself out. At the same time, just get some cards or D&D books or anything like that. We'll be right back for round 3. Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to round 3 of Thursday Night CEDH. We have in the room tonight Brett the Threat on Animar, Soul of the Elements, Hero P on Braylon the Haymaker, Rob on Jehoira, Ageless Innovator, and Chris T on the Cabbage Merchant back in it. We're going to start up predictions here nice and quick, as they're getting their mulligans all done. Animar, of course, making all of our creature spells costing a whole bunch less. Animar Soul of Elements. There you guys go. Set the timer at the same time. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put a counter on him, and then creatures cost 1 less for each counter on him. And then, of course, we got the Haymaker, Balin. The Haymaker being the pinnacle of tokens. Tap 2 tokens, add a mana. Tap 3 tokens to draw a card. And tap 4 to put counters onto Balin and give trample. Naya tokens here. Before it was Jetmir. But now Balin gives us some extra value at the same time. Rob's playing, of course, the Joyra. Ageless Innovator, just a 2-mana Human Artificer. Tap to put 2 counters, then put a artifact with melee X or less from your hand to the battlefield. X is the number of counters on Joyra. Then lastly, the Cabbage Merchant, make mana. So we got Brett at 7, Hero going down to 6, Chris also at 7, and then Rob, we're drawing up 7 here. We're going down to 6, keeping up a second 7. Going down to 5 here. Very unfortunate draws from Rob, Mr. ROB. Going down to 5 here. Keeping this 5. Going down to 4. Rob, keeping up the 5s. All right. Looks like we're all set and ready to play. Good luck as they pick things up and they start things out. Doesn't seem like we got any pre-games here. Brett's going to start us out with drawing a card. Playing out a Flooded Strand. Grabbing a volcanic island. Brett starts out. So Animar is going to be, of course, all about just casting out like little dorks, trying to get Animar out as fast as possible to get some power, get some big ol' counters on it. And we're gonna get that Animar out first turn, putting a Teamer Ascension imprinted onto the Chrome Mox to make it tap for all the colors. So Animar is out and ready to start seeing some dorks enter the battlefield, start seeing some dorks cast. That way we can start rolling into bigger and bigger creatures. Hero's just gonna fetch and pass over to Rob. Rob draws a card. We play out a land. Playing out a tapped land and passing to Chris. Putting out an Elvish Mystic. Passing back over to Brett. Of course, as we roll and we make Animar's power greater and greater, Animar also starts turning into a threat that can finish out games with commander damage. Swinging on in at these like creatureless decks, most likely that Rob will be having, and I could be able to block 21 damage from that with a whole bunch of artifacts on the field. Brett's going to start us out with a Hexing Sculpture on his turn. And do we pass after that? No, swinging on in over at Hero. For 2 commander. Hero's now at 2 commander damage. We need to get 21. Hero draws. Plays out a Mana Confluence. Then for 2. For a Grand Abolisher. Can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments during your turn. We're going to pass it over to Rob. Did get our land here. Got 2 mana available now. And we just get out Joyra and pass back over to Chris. Chris is going to go to turn with 2 mana available. 3 mana maybe if we get a forest. Or an Inventor's Fair. Very similar to his last game here with the Inventor's Fair. For 3, getting out Cabbage. Formidable Speaker. Formidable Speaker's a 3 mana enters. We're going to discard a card. We're going to discard a Felwar Stone to search for a creature and putting it into our hand. For 1 tap, untap another target permanent. Academy Manufacturer. That's a pretty good one with the Cabbage Merchant in the command zone. Whenever you create a clue, food, or treasure, instead you create one of each. So, every time that we make a food from Cabbage Merchant, it'll make the food and a treasure and a clue. So this is going to be a way for us to get a little bit more value from our Cabbage Merchant as well as from our other ways of making food that I'm assuming Chris has. That way we can we don't have to rely on our opponents. This is a way for us to not rely. We're going to then Animar swinging over at Hero. Can't even block it because it can't be blocked by white creature. Protection from white. Another 2 commander damage from Brett. He's going to go to turn here with only 2 mana available. 3 mana now. Then for 3. Imperial Recruiter. We're gonna see what your Imperial Recruiter gets. All right, back over to Rob. So, Rob, 2 mana and Joyro. We could try to cheat out a 2-drop here. We have, I think what looks to be a Transmute Artifact in hand. Cavern of Souls. Playing it on out. Naming humans on the Cavern of Souls. Then for 3, we're going to cast out the Loki's Scepter. Loki's Scepter. When it enters, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap this that creature until end of turn. It becomes a villain in addition to its other types and gains haste. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. So it's Mana Rock. I'm going to activate Joyra here as well. We're tapping the Joyra, targeting Joyra for sure. That way we can give it the untap. So, resolve the Loki Scepter. We're going to untap it, and then we're going to be able to retap it again for 4 or less counters. But for now, we pass over to Chris. Chris Taylor puts out the Cabbage Merchant. So we have the Cabbage Merchant. We have a Formidable Speaker, but we need the Academy Manufacturer. Is probably going to be coming down next turn. But we'll maybe not be able to see any of those treasures or clues being made because not many non-creature spells are being cast right now. Brett moves to combat. Gonna still swing at hero here. No blocks. Taken 2 at 6 commit. And step on Brett's turn. We're gonna activate Joyra because it can't be activated with a Grand Abolisher. Twin Shot. Twin Shot Sniper. Enters the battlefield, deal 2 damage to any target. We're going to kill off the Grand Abolisher. So we're just going to get rid of that Grand Abolisher. Not going to be getting rid of the Animar, unfortunately. It's at 2/2 right now, so... Putting out a command tower. Three mana. And the Cabbage Merchant. Only only person going to be able to trigger this is Rob, and Rob's not really casting things. He more just activates Joyra to get him for free. Moving over to Rob's turn. Giving him a stack of food tokens here. We're going to activate Joyra. Getting to 6 counters. 6 is a pretty big number. A Repurposing Bay. Repurposing Bay. A 3 mana artifact. 2 tap, sacrifice an artifact. Search for an artifact with mana value 1 plus the sacrificed artifact's mana value. Put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. We're going to pod away the Twin Shot, and then we're going to grab up a 5-drop. Great way of untapping. Ah, there we are, the Iron Man. Iron Man, Titan of Innovation. Here, we'll do the Secret Layer one. True one. Flying in haste. Whenever Iron Man attacks, create a treasure token. Then you may sacrifice a non-creature artifact. If you do, search for a library for an artifact card with mana value 1 plus the sacrifice artifact's mana value. Put it on the battlefield tapped. This is essentially another pod. This is going to be able to do Repurposing Bay again, but more. A bit more here. We're going to swing on in with Iron Man. Flying in haste. We're going to cast a fish before combat. Hero's also going to get a food here. Fish is good. Moving combat on Iron Man. Declaring it at Chris. Then trigger on his deck. We're going to eat the treasure here. So we're going to go get a 1-drop artifact. A Sewer Valence Cam. Searching for a 1-drop artifact. Sounds like he does want the way of untapping Joyra. There we are. Surveillance can. ETB, we can untap. Iron Man does have it enter tapped. Untap Joyra. Then 4 damage over Chris. Chris takes it. And then we lose the cabbage. Then we pass the turn with just the Surveillance Cam on the field. And an untapped Joyra. We could be trying to cheat out something that can go infinite with Surveillance. Not too much. Don't know if there is too much there. Need a way of untapping the Repurposing Bay, if anything, to maybe try to see Surveillance Cam can loop some stuff. Sculpting Steel. Enters a copy of another artifact on the battlefield. We're at Iron Man. Moving to combat. We're declaring it as an attacker here, making a treasure. It's going to be coming in at hero here. We're not going to eat the treasure, though. I don't know if Chris has any one-drop artifact in his deck here. Maybe Soul Ring. We're just going to go search for a tapped Soul Ring. Passing it back over to Brett. Still just currently going to Animar Beats right now, not being able to really knock anyone out. Cannon. There we are, another courage creature. Pretty much reducing our creatures by 6 here. Effectively, any 6-drop we can cast out. Oh, no, 8 mana, because the cannon now does tap for 2. Can swing here. Swinging the Animar over at Rob. 3 commander damage. Then passing back over to Hero. On tap, upkeep, draw for turn. The Jolly Balloon Man. Jolly Balloon Man's a 3 mana. Create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control, except it's a 1/1 balloon. Then you sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. And Academy Rector. Academy Rector is a 4 mana. When it is put into the graveyard from play, you may remove it from the game. You may exile it from your graveyard. If you do, search your library for an enchantment and put it onto the battlefield. Then shuffle your library. Jorah is going to tap. Goes to 8 here, and we are going to get out a Filigree Sages. Looks like pretty much Rob's going to be trying to win here. 3 mana, untap an artifact. So if we have something that taps for 4 mana or more, we can dump it into Filigree Sages and untap it. which we're going to be able to get here because we have that Repurposing Bay and Iron Man. All right, Rob, you in here? We have everything. We have all the mana in the world. We have 2 tutors of some kind. Activate. Put down a 10 drop or less. Heck, Surveillance Cam can even draw us some cards if we wanted. For 2 blue. We're going to do, yep, just a Transmute Artifact. We're going to eat the Iron Man. Grab up a... We're going to pay 2 more mana here, with Iron Man being 7. We're going to grab up, of course, the Chromatic Orrery. Paying for the 2 extra, because of the Transmutation Artifact. Pays for the rest of whatever we sacrificed. So we're going to get that out, and with the Filigree Sages, we're going to be able to make infinite mana. With the infinite mana and infinite artifact untaps, start doing Repurposing Bay fun stuff. So Repurposing Bay, going to be getting a Surveillance Cam, and then we can untap the Repurposing Bay to get a 3-drop, to get a 4-drop, or any other mana outlet, mana dump that we got. And then it's going to be able to get us a way to have the Twin Shot come in and out of play. Be able to draw out our deck on Tapsies, make infinite. Then we're going to be, of course, we're going to draw some cards with our Chromatic Orrery. We draw 2 every time. We're going to draw some more. We're going to shortcut it a bit. Take a big old chunk out. We're going to activate Joyra, go up to 10, place down a 1,000-year elixir. Then we can activate it again for Joyra, but at this point we have the infinite mana, so we can put out the Goblin Welder. And then with Goblin Welder and Twin Shot and Surveillance Cam, the Goblin Welder is going to sack the Surveillance Cam, put out the Twin Shot, deal 2 damage, and untap the Goblin Welder. And then re-tap the Goblin Welder for Twin Shot and Surveillance to constantly keep on doing infinite damage with the Twin Shot, Surveillance, bouncing between the field and graveyard. And then, of course, well, looks like Chris flashing out the Endurance, but unfortunately, Rob is just going to redraw that card and just do it again. And then getting out the Godfarer Statue, we're just going to put out everything that stops anything happening in his turn. Lithiform Engine, flashing out pretty much anything. Spell Sky's going to be able to put a change. Transmute Master Transmuter can also do the same thing here, returning the Surveillance Cam and putting out the Twin Shot, and then returning the Twin Shot, re-putting out Surveillance Cam, constantly untapping it with that infinite mana, and then we can continue to make that infinite mana. Now it's going to be able to go for it. We're going to let the Endurance resolve, so that means the Twin Shot's going to be shuffled on back. Keep on drawing. And then sneak attack we can also have out, giving it haste. There's the Goblin Welder. Putting into play. Saw Monolith. All these creature spells we can cast out pretty free. Getting out all of our creatures. We need to find a way of searching for what we need here. Draw a couple more cards. And this is going to be... There we go. We found our search. Yeah. And we got, of course... Of course, we grab it up here with our searching for an artifact. Now we got that, and then discarding is the effect. And then with the Goblin Welder, Super Valence. Yep, there we go. He eventually got there. And that is Rob winning it. Everyone got it? Everyone no interaction to it? Then we donk, of course, killing off Chris. Then we can continue to kill off Brett and Hero. And that is Rob getting it in round 3 before we get our top cut 10. I think Rob has gone 1-1 today, so that turns his win into a, I believe, a 2-1. Let me see. Yep, he does. He has got one. He's gone 1-1. Now he's gone 2-1. I think he's solidified his space into the top here. Matt the Mysterious also going 2-0 in this right now with Shang-Chi, and going 3-0. He did win his table here. So we're going to be seeing Matt the Mysterious back in it on mono green. And then, of course, Brett the Threat. We just saw our only other 2-0 here going into this round, going 2-1 now. So he might still be in the winning here. So we're going to be seeing Matt for sure. We might be seeing Brett, and we might be seeing Rob. Good luck to our other players as we see if they can make into the top cut. All right, we'll be right back here with round 4, the finals. So don't go anywhere. baby, welcome on back to the... Well, where's my finals button? What the heck? Oh, there it is. It's the finals of Thursday night CEDH at Nat20 Games. We're going to be resetting the timer here. There we are. We got Matt the Mysterious. We saw win in the room. We got Rob. We saw win in the room. Brett the Threat. We did not see win. His one loss we saw. And then Michael S. Tim Nadargo, our sneaky guy coming in from the bottom. Now trying to get his nickname. Oh boy, as they get things all ready. We're going to start up the predictions. Put in your channel points to see who's going to be winning this final round. It's our Top Cut 4. After all, you guys can see pinned in the each of the chats. You guys can see the bracket and how things have gone, how things have went, and who got it, who got the games. Yeah, things already. They have chopped up. They're splitting the prize, but Michael still has to play to earn his nickname. Hopefully, we can see Brett pop off rather than just go to Animar's beats. Matt the Mysterious, 7. Brett the Threat, 7. Michael, you gonna finish up your mulligans? What are we cheaping? Michael said he's good. Place it face down. Rob, what are you keeping? 7. And Michael's on a 6. Good luck to our players. They have 2 hours on the clock. Pre-games. Do we got any? We do. Got Leyline of Abundance. This won the game for Matt last time. Leyline of Abundance here, of course, is that 4 mana Leyline, but it's for free. It starts on the battlefield if it's in your opening hand. Whenever you tap a creature for mana, add a additional green. And then, first 8 mana, put a counter on each creature control. So when you get that infinite mana, you can buff up all your creatures and start swinging out for a whole lot. That's Mysterious. Gets a Delighted Halfling onto the board, getting some dorks out nice and quick. What's fun about Leyline is that Leyline is the one that adds an additional green. And therefore, it doesn't have the stipulation of Fiery Islet. Pretty sure that's a Fiery Islet. Looks like a Fiery Islet. No, it's not a Fiery Islet. I was wrong. No! That is the... Oh, that's the Signet Land, isn't it? Yeah, that's the Signet Land. But we get out our Joyra nice and quick. Brett, on his turn, just getting his dork so he can get a Animar early. Looks like it's going to be a turn 2 Animar with maybe another dork to get it a little bit buff. Michael plays out a Phyrexian Tower and then a Chrome Mox imprinting... Can't tell what that card is from this distance. But we get a Freebooter. Greedy Freebooter is a cost 1/1 human pirate. When it dies, scry 1 and create a treasure. So this is one of those sack outlet type of things to Dargo in order to get it nice and early and also get some refund and a little bit of card selection with that scry. Matt the Mysterious getting out the Shang-Chi with only the Delighted Halfling, makes it uncounterable. We have 2 mana available to hopefully get out some dorks. These dorks will be able to make us even more mana to get out more dorks. Grabbing up a dork. There it is. And we pass. Allosaur Shepherd. Green spells uncounterable. And for another 2 mana. Uvenwald. Uvenwald Tracker. Target creature you control fights another target creature. So, it's going to be a little bit of a removal with some of our cards. Getting rid of some dorks, getting rid of some crazy guys. We make them big enough. Play Line of Abundance, we are going to be able to make them big enough, but right now we only have a whole bunch of 1/1s and 2/2s, and when it comes to CEDH, the maximum power you'll ever really see is a 2. The only time that you see anything greater is if you're losing. Rob plays out his Steam Vents. Rocks it in and passes the turn. Brett, Flooded Strand. We fetch. Grabbing up some color fixing. Savannah, maybe? No, Volcanic Island. No, Savannah's a white and a green. I was thinking of Trop. That's what I meant. Either way, grab up the Volcanic Island and passing the turn over to Michael. With that Phyrexian Tower and Freebooter, we're going to be able to make 3 mana from it. We have 4 mana on our turn if we need it. They use proxy as a real card for these? We use real cards here. We are a non-proxy CEDH tournament. Tonight's a little bit of a low night. We got about 24 players. But our usual player count hits a consistent 35 every week. But people right now are just, like I said, like I said earlier in the stream, getting prepared for Breach at the Bay, which is this weekend, and a lot of times these bigger CEDH events are proxy friendly. But for us, we are not. We like to play with some real cards here. We did take a vote when we were transferring over to a top deck based system, and the majority of people wanted to keep the no proxies rule here, because we used to run it off of the event link type. Respect, absolutely. We used to run this off of event link with Wizards, and Wizards does not allow proxies for their tournaments. Tainted Pact. Doing pretty much a little bit of a crappy tutor with Tainted Pact, trying to get just the one card that we need to win. And there we go, just grabbing a Burgie. No, we keep on going, Goblin Welder. Keep on going, Static Prison. Could get Static Prison to stomp Shang-Chi, because Matt is looking to speed things out into a win. Michael continues. Secret Foundry, LED, Agatha's, no. Keep on going, that's another tutor. Altar of Dementia, we keep on going, we don't want that Simeon. Spirit Guide, do we have anything in hand we need to use that mana for? Maybe we just needed the mana. We're going to keep the... That's a crazy one to grab here with Simian Spirit Guide, but I guess we just needed the mana here. Maybe you try to find a more efficient way is with Tainted Pact, or trying to get that mana to get something in our hand. I guess this looks like he's going for an Johnny. Johnny Nakatl Pariah is a 2-mana 1/2 cat warrior. When it enters, make a 2/1. And then whenever one or more cats you control die, exile it and return him to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control into Nakatl Avenger. +2, put a counter on each cat you control. 0, make a 2/1. When you do, if you control another red permanent, Johnny deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to any target. And then -4, each opponent chooses an artifact or creature, an enchantment, a planeswalker from among non-land permanents they control, then sacrifices the rest. A little bit of a cataclysmic Gearhulk for that -4. It's very fun. Johnny's whole deal is that he got his Planeswalker Spark when his brother died. So when he comes in, he makes his brother. And then when that brother dies, he becomes a Planeswalker. A little bit of lore for you guys. Rob casts Intuition. All good on Intuition. Rob's going to be searching for let me get that out. There we go. Search for 3 cards and reveals them. Target opponent chooses 1, put that card into your hand and the rest in the graveyard, and then shuffle your library. A little bit of a tutor here, or it could be a combo getter if you are a graveyard-centric deck, so you don't care if those cards go into the graveyard or not. Even though Rob kinda is a graveyard deck, he does run Goblin Welder. Can't really capitalize too much on Intuitions putting into graveyard. So in this case, it was really just a tutor that you hope your opponent doesn't know. Doesn't know your deal, so you're just gonna grab some cards that are gonna be useful in a situation. A lot of times this is a political piece to go ahead and grab a interaction. So most of the times I've seen Intuition be used for is a political piece to grab interaction. Majority of the other times I've seen it with any other time I see it that it doesn't do that, it just happens to be that they just needed a little bit of something in their yard. Michael Stanton's worst Tainted Pact ever. Yeah. Yeah, that was I don't know what he was dealing with there. Simeon for nothing. Oh, man. He doesn't have, like, Red LE. Just checked his hand. He doesn't have Red LE or Pyro. He just grabbed the thing for mana. Okay. I guess. I mean, he did exile some very important cards. He still has some outlets in his deck that he can go for, but he's kind of limited now on his pivot and resiliency in this case. Enlightened Tutor. He has a Enlightened Tutor that he can't use a red for. Okay. Yep. And he still doesn't have a white. Okay. For a future. Okay. Very interesting. Surveillance. And a Spellseeker here. Spellseeker, or not Spellseeker. Spellskite. Spellskite. Phyrexian Horror. And then, of course, that Surveillance Cam. He's gotten a foil Spellskite instead of his older Japanese one. And a Moon Silver Key. So with Spellskite and Surveillance doesn't matter to be in the yard for Rob. He kind of wants it in the yard, if anything, because he can. That's his outlet after he gets, his infinite whatever. He can start going for the Surveillance Goblin Welder that we saw him win with. The Moon Silver Key and the Spellskite, though. I think he's looking for maybe some protection on his turn with the Spellskite, which Michael does give to Rob. And then the Moon Silver Key goes into the yard as well. Then activating Joyra, we get out the Spellskite. And then we activate Spellskite's ability to change the target of the fight. Attacking the warrior and using Simeon to put out Dargo, and then we're going to flip over the Ajani. This is all in response to... all in response to the Ajani coming down. +0, making the warrior. And then we're going to deal 2 damage to Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi is going to take it. And Spellskite does not get redirected here. So I don't... Matt asks, you want to redirect it, please? Alright. Shang-Chi down. Madam Sirius is going to go to turn. Doesn't have a pseudo haste like anymore. Can't really dump out his hand of a bunch of dorks. We're gonna cast a oof. So instead of going for the trying to turbo it out, if he's gonna get slowed down, he might as well slow everyone down in this case. This is gonna be stopping Brett from using that Lotus Petal. Michael's down a mana, even though on top of already missing a land drop. And then Rob is effectively out of the game. Rob's whole deck is based around activating artifacts and looping them and having fun with that. Shang-Chi comes down. And we pass the turn after just recasting our commander. Meek attack comes on down. This is our way of getting haste to our small little goblins, our little guys that we want to put down. Because we got Surveillance Cam in the yard, we are going to be able to loop some stuff. I mean, Rob, I guess with the oof, he's going to be really going deeper in at the Goblin Welder line, trying to go for activating with creatures rather than artifacts. So with Meek Attack, he's going to be able to give it haste, and with the Superveillance Cam being a triggered ability, not an activated ability, he'll be able to still loop it with other artifact-triggered abilities. Some of the best ones we can try to think of would be the Twin Shot, as we saw him win with, or we can try to get to that point with stuff along the lines of Coveted Jewel. What other ETB artifacts does he have? Price Statue is not good because he can't tap the artifact. There's an oof on the field. There you go. Rob points it out. Just knocking on the wall to give them a remind of what's going on. Okay, doesn't want to get rid of the oof, though. He wants to keep the oof, I assume, for Rob here, because Rob is going to be shunted into a more narrower play pattern. Brett the Threat is happily here, I guess. Good, so he might be wanting to get rid of it with the Ajani. You're going to try to get rid of it with the oof. Zero, we're going to make a 2-1 cat. Proceed to shoot the oof. That way we can use the artifacts that we can. So Rob is now back in it. As we place down a prized statue to make that treasure token that we want. Phyrexian Tower, we're going to sack a token here to make 2, and then use that for a prize statue to make a treasure. I guess he didn't really need to Ajani quite yet. He could have done it after putting out all these artifacts. I guess he might have some interaction in hand that he might want to use. We're going to swing at Rob for a 7-5 coming on down. And... 7 commander damage. I'll keep track of that on my end here. 2 more of those, and he is out of here. Our big 3-0 Matt is going to be going here to turn. Duck cat. Nice little celebrity drawing here from Judge Alexander. Nice. It's a lot of mana. We're going to cast a Nature's Rhythm, X equals 6. In response, we're going to launch Yitong. Brett might have some form of interaction. Ducat. Mako's searching. We're going to go grab a 6-drop, he says. Wait, 6? He only has 5. Can only be a 5. Unless... He might not be able to search for whatever he searched for if he goes for a 6. I might have to double check to see what he dumped into it. He's Allosaur Shepherd, so we got 2 from the Delighted Halfling. I'm gonna make sure he dumped mana into it. Shang-Chi gave him that last mana. We're all good. We're all good. So now we get the Circle of Dreams Druid and the Woodland Bellower. So Wood Bellower gets that Circle of Dreams Druid. We place it onto the field. Circle of Dreams Druid is essentially a Gaia's Cradle on a stick. So 8 mana coming his way. Eight mana and 2 to activate creature abilities with if we want. So we got 8 mana now. Do we have the Cloudstone Curio or a way to untap it repeatedly? We're probably going to go search for it with Rhythm of the Wild in the yard with that Harmonize cost. Does cost a lot more, though, for that Harmonize. Because it is 4 green. And then he can tap a creature to make it cost X less. Harmonizing with the Woodland Bellower. So X equals 6 once again. Should win him here. So let's go searching for a 6-drop or less. This is going to get him his untapper. His repeatable untapper. Figure out what it is, though. Think. Mono green elf ball, baby. Teamer Sabertooth! That's going to be what is our untapper, essentially. As we return our Circle of Dreams Druid, recast it out. We have... Don't have... Oh. So we got the 2 from Shang-Chi. We're going to activate and return the Circle of Dreams Druid back to Jant. And then we have the 3 mana, leaving up 1 in order to cast it. And then now we net a whole lot more every time. So we make infinite green. Where's our outlet? And then Teamer Sabertooth is going to return the Woodland Bellower back to hand, and we're going to recast the Woodland Bellower. Continue to recast it out and crap out all of our little dorks here. Be able to search and then get a whole lot more. Let's actually search for what he gets here. So he's going to return that Woodland Bellower, play it out, and then what are the tutors that we get to get our infinite? Could get some type of buffer and then get a Walking Ballista, dumping all that mana into Walking Ballista in order to get a whole bunch of counters onto it. So all of his 3-drops are essentially on the field here. We're going to get Generous Patron, and then with Generous Patron, we're going to be returning it and giving counters to a whole bunch of stuff. And then, like he did last time in his win, he's going to grab up Eternal Witness and Infectious Bite, cast Infectious Bite, return Eternal Witness back to hand with Teamer Sabretooth, recast it out, and then recast out the Infectious Bite. He returns back to Eternal Witness, giving everyone infinite poison counters and making them lose the game after hitting 10. And that is Matt the Mysterious getting it in our finals for Thursday Night CEDH. Everyone is out of here. And Mono Green gets it finally. He's been on this deck for a couple of weeks now, and he is able to cinch it up and finally get his win. Michael S. gets denied the nickname once again for another week in a row. All right, thank you guys so much for joining us for Thursday Night CEDH at Nat20 Games. Check out our website, Nat20gaming.com, for all of your tabletop needs. Of course, check us out on all of our socials, Nat20LV, mostly everywhere. You can see it scrolling on the bottom of the screen right now. And then also, don't forget, we're partners with a sunglass company, Zenni, Zenni, optics.com. Use Nat20LV at checkout for 10% off. Thank you guys so much, and have a good one.